What's up, gamers? Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on, Oshik? What you doing? Alright, so we're gonna be working on deadlift. And maybe some Lurden as well. We'll just have to see. Yeah, I want to work on some new items today. We spent some time last night going over like a billion different ideas for items, so there's a whole bunch of things I'd like to add. But we'll start going through all that. Hello, Sheik. But let's hop into it. So this is our list of things. That's not an item, but different drugs, craftables. These are all like just different things. These are all mostly consumables right here. A noisemaker, bandage. I think I'll make bandages craftable, but not medkits. I kind of want there to be some injuries that are really annoying to deal with and fix. Like if you get your skull fractured, then you know, you've messed up. And some equipment, we'll probably work on some of these items and their recipes. I think it'd be nice. There's some pretty easy ones in here I think we could do. Freddy, yeah, he's chilling over there. I don't. Yeah. Yeah, I think we could probably start with the shield. It's basically just gonna be like something to potentially stop Ares' dash toward you. But every time it gets hit, you know, it has a chance to break, so you know, you have to decide, is it worth it? And then also a better flashlight. I want to do some changes there. Also, we got a new animation for the doorman. We're just going to call this drop front. Let's get that in really quick. Doorman still needs sounds and stuff. It's definitely going to take some time, but we'll get there eventually. So let's import the sprite. Doorman drop front. So something like this. Let's not make it loop. A little bit faster. So he's gonna drop in like this. Let's see, function ready. Call super. And then we're gonna start him off by doing, we can just set that to autoplay. And then for him, we'll say var dropping is true. Let's see, we don't have to say dropping, but we want to disable the auto animation stuff in the beginning. So I think that should work. Let me make sure that actually makes it not play. Yeah, so it'll settle the prefixes and stuff, but it's not going to be playing the animations. So that should be fine. So we'll call that before anything. He's going to start his drop front animation. Okay. Now we just make him fall. I think also initially we might want to like make him not, maybe not collide with stuff. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. I'm trying to think. Because he has to like fall out of the hatch, right? He's gonna start up and then fall. Just trying to think how we want to do that. Because I could like temporarily get rid of his collision shape so that he can kind of be in the ceiling. Maybe that could work. Also, I'd like to shrink him when he first falls out. So let's do that. I guess both X and Z. And then we'll say tween property sprite scale X back to 1.0 over the course of 1 second. And we do the same thing with the Z. Also say tween.set parallel true. Now I worry that he's gonna start like doing stuff immediately. Right. Because in super it's gonna do all this and then it'll do this, find target. Actually, what I could do is just hit his velocity override. So we do that. Or we set it to like, I guess a very small value, and then we say tween dot finished, and we set that back to 0. Let's just set this to 0, 0, 1. Sure. Okay. So hopefully this works. He's gonna do his initial falling. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do like the collision stuff, right? Maybe we just start his collision shape off being really tiny. And we can say, actually there's only ever gonna be one, so it doesn't matter. But we could start the height, right? At like, oh, it also changes the radius, which is quite annoying. Let's try it out. So we'll say collision shape.3d dot shape dot height is equal to like 0.1 or even less maybe. And then I also want to say collision shape dot position is equal to vector 3 0. So let's see if his shape is 0.1 tall, then it needs to be at like almost 0, right? Half of 0.1, which is 0.05. And then we just kind of reset everything down here. So set it back to 2, position back to 1. And I might need to also do the radius again. All right. Hopefully all that works. Let's try it out. So back in a world where we do hatch, we're gonna now spawn him right on where the hatch is. So let's see which one. I guess this one. We add him and then boom. And say doorman.global position is that global position. All right, so let's see where he spawns now, and then I'm also gonna go set the timer back to the temporary fast one. Godot, let me copy. Yo, what's up, Zach? How's it going? I am adding in the doorman animation right now as we speak. Got epic troll, no working a double. I don't think it's a troll, man. That's like that's a bro moment. I think it happens so often that it's not even a it's not even a troll at this point. It almost seems like it's more of a demand. I don't know. Either way, that's that sucks. Okay, let's watch. Let's see what happens. Whoa. Okay, so I didn't realize how slow they fall. Very interesting. Probably want to set that to, like, faster. Why did it, like... Sprite scale X and Z to 1. It seems like he got almost, like, shrunk. Let's try this again. Oh my god, I heard some music banger. I know. It's pretty freaking awesome. Alright, let's check this out. Come on, guy. Okay, that's better. But it keeps clipping into the table. Or like he's standing on the table. Which is, you know. But I think we can fix that. Let's see. Jumping animation call it featured? No, it's fine. I can make it work. I'll just have him like not go on the table. Let's see how we can do this. I could just give him some initial velocity, which is what I'm doing anyways. It's hard to know what direction that is. So if that's forward, it's Z. So X might actually be the right velocity. Let's see what this looks like. I'll just make him kind of slide off. It'll be okay. Hurry up. Drop down now, immediately. Let's see. I can't tell which direction, like, here, let's stop setting it back to 0 so I can see how it keeps moving. Try this again. And let me also, while we're here, set this timer faster. A second. See, I don't really see... It's like not moving. So maybe that's not the velocity I want. Let's do, let's try Z. Nah, but Z is like, I'm pretty sure it should be X. Maybe it needs to be negative X. Let's try it again. Come on, guy. So it doesn't seem like it did it. I don't know why that doesn't seem to be doing anything. Maybe just because he immediately goes into his attack mode and then that resets the velocity override. It's like probably what it is. Let's just do this. If falling, return. Var falling is true. Just so we have more time to actually check the velocity here. I could also just lerp him toward, like, instead of actually giving him physics, I just lerp his position. Okay, so that direction he's moving to the right. I thought it should have been 1 on the X. Let's try this again. I like how he just stands there and watches. It's kind of a little creepy. Like, that works. I just have to tweak the velocity stuff here. So I can probably set that back there and say falling is false. Let's try that again. There we go. It'll do. And I might need to make his animation last for a little bit longer. See, 4 frames per second. There's 4 frames, so that should be enough. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, that'll do. I think it'll work. It's just better than him snapping in, because it just always felt a little odd. Whoa, hey buddy. So yeah, I think this will work. Now he's running. Alrighty. Oh, what do I do? Yeah, I still need to figure out a couple weird little quirky navigation things. Like, one thing that we kept running into last stream, or one of these streams, was if there was 2 tables next to each other, then their navigation would kind of break. I'm not entirely sure why. Let me enable visible navigation. I want to see if I can find that formation and see if there's something wrong with the way the navigation regions are. I hope it's fixable. My guess is that it's happening because of the center alignment mode that we enabled. So freaking bright. Let's just look for any... Because, I mean, it's still a pretty normal size. It's not like it gets too small or something. And they just lose their navigation. From a distance, it almost looks like a face on there, you know what I mean? Like, those are eyes, and he's going like... He's doing pog face. Yo, thank you for the cheese time. So, hey, Tanners, yeah, welcome in. It's been a bit. Yeah, how's it going? This is Deadlift. It's another game that we've been working on. It's coming along. We're just messing with... I'm trying to see if I can find... There's this weird navigation problem that tends to happen when there's, like, tables next to each other. I'm just generating some mazes to see if I can find it. But yeah, there's a horror game. It's a roguelite horror game. Collect resources, craft things, and try to survive as long as you can. Thank you for the cheese up again. I might just have to temporarily increase the number of decorations that spawn, which is fine. Let's just go do that. Generate decorations. Let's, so we do that many right now. Let's multiply that by 10 or something, and I think that's going to do a lot more. I need a big bunger. Yeah, I feel it. This is a new game you're making? Yeah, this is a new one. Yeah, Starground's been going good. I've been just working away at it in the background and stuff. So we're still making progress on that. There's going to be another update on the 17th, I believe. I think one of the big things I need to work on or focus on with Starground is like initial user experience, so we're going to be doing that. But we're also working on other stuff in the meantime. Okay, so this is the chair. I'm looking for this, yeah. Okay, so it looks like the physics, the navigation map literally does not generate. We can see that right there. So that's why they were unable to navigate to me. But the question is why, because I don't think I changed anything. See, I'm not sure why it does that. It seems like it was only over on this one. Like, the big one's fine, but yeah, it's just that it... I'm not sure what's going on there. It's almost like there's not enough, like, resolution or something. Let's go look at that. Because I did decrease the, like, these corners. Maybe that's part of what happened here. Go back to our grid map. Why is this grid map 2? Did I accidentally duplicate it? I guess so. I'm just gonna delete that. Well, it is that it's... I mean, enemies should be able to pass through there, but it's just something wrong with the way the navigation region is baking. It's just not, like, letting them go through there. So, I just need to figure out in here how we can fix that from happening. All I have to do is just increase, like, the size of that navigation area. It shouldn't be that bad. I could just decrease the agent radius slightly back to 0.6, and I think that should fix it. But let's see what it does. I love loading. Okay. Let's go in. Find a double table. Should be one eventually. Maybe. Okay, here's one. I think it's good. Yeah, I mean, he just navigated in there, so... There's two different, like, navigation regions overlapping each other. So sometimes it's a little bit tricky to tell, but I think it's fine. So, yeah. Yeah, I think everything's fine in here, so hopefully it'll be okay now. Larger entities have issues. I mean, hopefully they should be fine now. The larger ones, I have this separate navigation being baked right here. You can see there's like a smaller one in the center, right? It's hard to tell because they're all overlapping each other and stuff, but there's like this thin one in the center. So if there's anybody that's like a large entity, I just push them into that layer. He seems like he was maybe a little stuck. He seems okay now. That was a little odd though. Let me check that again with the doorman. But I just need to make sure that it like like the navigation gets connected in cases like that, which it looks like it does. Oh, okay, so it's still not. Still broken. It's so weird. I don't know why. It seems a little random. It's almost like it's doing some kind of like simplification step. I'm not sure. I think I had a keybind in here or something where I could like regenerate the let's not do that anymore. Or I could say navigation dot bake navigation mesh true. Let's try that. So this way I can just keep rebaking until we can figure out what's causing this. What's the goal of this game? It's a little bit similar to Lethal Company, but it's more of like a resource management kind of thing than a goofy play with friends, you know? It's definitely more atmospheric, I would say. Yeah, I don't really want to make the game like Lethal Company or Repo. It's definitely a different beast. More of a true roguelite, I would say, than like a whatever you would call Lethal Company. So there's cell size. Maybe I should decrease that. That does fix it. So I think it had to do with there wasn't like enough resolution to calculate the nav mesh around those, maybe? Seems like that's what it was. So I just lowered cell size. Well, I think we're good then. I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, I was basing off those random enemies and entries on tables. Yeah. No, I totally get it. It definitely has strong, like, elements of it, I would say. But, at least my goal, hopefully, is that gameplay-wise, it feels a little distinct. Lethal Company, I think, is, like, very fast-paced, you know? There's a lot, and same with Repo. I haven't played Repo, but there's a lot going on. It's very focused on, like, not being so atmospheric, but just very, like, in-your-face scary, if that makes sense. So I don't think this is the... I think that's kind of the big difference. Yeah, I don't find either scary, yeah. Yeah, to me, those games feel just more arcadey. And to be fair, this game's a little bit, I guess, semi-arcadey, but it's more of like a single-player expedition than just a run into this place and die. Like, dying in this game means something. Like, when you die in Lethal Company and stuff, it's just like, oh, whatever. You know? You just get revived for the next round. But, like, if you die in this game, then that's it. Your run's over. So, it's definitely more of a focus on, like, actually being careful and strategic. So, I think it'll become much easier to explain as things shape up a little bit. Yeah, right now it's only single player. We'll probably keep it that way for the foreseeable future, but I mean, who knows, you know? If the game does really well or something, I could potentially see doing multiplayer, but it's definitely changes. Like, it would make it a much larger game though, and that's, you know, it's just a case of, do we want to add all that development time and complexity? Yeah, exactly. It does add a lot. So yeah, I think the focus right now is just making it a fun single player experience. And the thing too with multiplayer is like it kind of completely changes the feel of the game. Like, a single player horror game is a much different vibe than a multiplayer one. Because multiplayer horror very like, it centers around like the mechanics between you and your friends, you know, instead of just you and the environment. So it's hard to say if like multiplayer would work for something like this that well. I don't know. I think it's always really hard to build up real horror in multiplayer. I think it's just too goofy when you're playing with other people, right? So, but yeah, there's already plenty of multiplayer goofy horror games anyways, right? So like, I just don't think if I were creating something like that, I don't know what value I would be offering, right? So I think it's better just to focus on the things that they don't do and hit that point home harder. So yeah. Yeah, you can skip out on the game itself because friends will make the game more fun. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've done all the multiplayer stuff with the Starground, and it's like I want to break from multiplayer. I mean, multiplayer is cool. I do really like being able to play games with my friends and stuff. But, it's a lot of work. And I don't really want to spend years on this game. I mean, ideally we'd get this up this year, so, like, trying to keep scope relatively reasonable. But yeah, anyways. So I fixed that issue. Let's just start drawing some items, I suppose. So one thing I want to do is like a scrap shield. So let's do that. Yeah, avoid the scope creep. Yeah, definitely. I don't want to fall too heavy into that. Let's see. Maze game. So, I think this shield's probably going to be just mainly made out of a bunch of scrap. I imagine. Let's see, did I do just pure black on this? I did. So, if I made a shield out of garbage, what would it look like? I imagine it would just sort of be like a big piece of sheet metal. Let's see. No, it wouldn't be like that. Hold on. I'm kind of purposely making this look all wavy and deformed. Yeah, this would go down. Up, down, up, down. It's like a big sheet of pasta. So this would be like the divot. Then this would be the highlight zone. And we'll add like on a handle to this and stuff. Divot, raised section. Let's up the brush size. Got a work manager meeting, so I'm disappear for a bit. Okay, cool, sounds good. No problem. Let's see, I think we do... Looks like a little strip here. And we do one over here. We can go through an anti-alias and, you know, do all the other stuff. But just getting the general shapes blocked out right now. So I think something along these lines. Might even sprinkle in some rust. We can start sort of anti-aliasing too. It's kind of fun to draw these sprites because it's basically pixel art, but like a little bit of a larger scale, so it's a little more like painting. Hey, New Jank, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today on your stream? Yeah, it's going pretty good. We're just drawing some items right now for Deadlift. But yeah, what do you got going on? I think this looks fine. Then I want to add some kind of like handle in the center. I think it'll just all be made out of metal, so it'd be like a pipe. Like this sprite right here. You can literally just kind of copy this. and make it work in here. It'll be all messed up, but it's fine. She's doing some minigame prototyping. Oh, nice, yeah. That's pretty cool. Welcome back, Oshik. How's it going? Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I've been doing some minigame stuff with a different game I've been working on, Lured In. And it's always really fun to do, like, little game stuff like that on the side. Yeah, we've been just doing a little bit of bug fixing. See, I've been working on this game and Lured In. Those have been the two, obviously still Starground, but it's been a lot of fun, yeah. Oh, sorry. You're just saying hi to the new people. Yeah, no, it's okay, I get it. My bad. Let's see, keep that around there. But yeah, Lured In has been the other one. It's been fun working on that one too. This is a little idle fishing game. We're working on Deadlift right now. I don't know if you've seen Deadlift. I'm not really sure. Does it ring a bell? So we can show it off here in just a second, if not. Let's see, I'm gonna actually move that out a couple. Move it back in. All right. Shading time. Something along those lines. We'll have to do some shadows because it's really hard to tell where the handle is, obviously. Let's do this guy. Do some on this. Okay, and then the darkness. Like that. And these won't be super visible, or this edge, because it's mostly... Yeah, I guess I'll be fine. All right, and then shading. Shadows. Let's add in some of those so we can see what's going on. I'll just do a little bit of this. Oops. Looks okay. Oops, wrong layer. Oh, did I do all that on that layer? God dang it. I love when I do the wrong layer. Okay, make sure I'm on the right one. Okay. It's fine for the most part, I think. Might potentially lower the contrast here a little bit. Especially with, like, this one in the background. I haven't been super careful about doing, like, a unified palette with this game. I don't know. Just hasn't felt like I really, like, need to. So... let's lower the contrast here. It makes sense with like pixel art, but this is like not really pixel art. I mean, it is technically, but it's more like things are viewed in like real world lighting, so it doesn't even really matter that much in the end, I think, because the colors are going to be a little different anyways. I think the more important part about doing art for Deadlift is just contrast, so that you can kind of see the distinctive elements of everything. Yeah, I think this looks okay. So now we'll just call this scrap shield. PNG. Boom. So that's one item I want to do. Might actually raise this up potentially. Resave it. What else would I like to do? I would like to do a better flashlight as well. I'm thinking about the way I want that to work, because you're going to be like holding it in your hand. So, but I want to make sure it's like, maybe I might have to do a separate sprite for when it's held in your hand, possibly. I wouldn't be opposed. Might actually do that. Let's go into the items table and add functionality for that, because it would be nice. So we have the normal sprite. And then we'll have held sprite. Which for most things will be null. Now back down to equipment. G item. Improved flashlight. Flashlight. And then we're going to have another sprite for this one. Improved flashlight. Held. So let's start working on those. Let's see. Do it back in here. So let's see. Flashlight. There's like those, what do you call those kind? Got like the handle. Like these. A lantern? Like, what's... How would you describe this kind of flashlight? I don't really know. Large flashlight. Lantern flashlight? Not really. Lantern? They're all just called lanterns, but that doesn't make any sense to me. I'll just call it a high power flashlight or something, or like a bright flashlight. Well, we'll see. Or just improved flashlight would work okay. Okay, so we're gonna have two sprites. One where you just see the item. Thinking like this would be the flashlight lens. Let me think. I want to do this. Yeah, this could work. Now let's position it better. Actually, it does need to be toward the bottom, so like that. Let's see. Let me get the black bezel. Doesn't really make any sense. We need to do like... Oops. Then that one is like that. And then this specific area... I think like that. I don't know, not vibing with this yet. Let's let me look at some other types of flashlights. It's just also like the crank flashlights. I feel like we could do a better design here. Maybe we just do more of a cube. Yeah, let me experiment. That one looks cool. Just gonna do a temporary color here. So let's see, if I'm seeing it from the front. Just thinking how this would work. So if there's a square, let's think of this like a box. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, something more like this, I think, and then let's make it a different color. Just need to reshape it a little bit. I think this will work. Let's start drawing. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Let's see. Like that. And then I wanted to do a rim around it. Big circle. Let's go in here and fix all this stuff. This one needs to be shifted over. It's okay there. Then this is going to have a, let's see, a handle goes up and down. Yeah. Let's fix that. Something along these lines. Let's get this shaded really quick. So let's see, we'd see this side here is under, so it'd go yeah, like that. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Then what color do we want this flashlight to actually be? We could do like yellowy orange vibe. I'm not sure. Also, let's see, I'd want to do, let's get a little bit of anti-aliasing in here. And bolts. This would need to be darker. And then a flashlight. It's gonna be like, let me think here. It's gonna have like the little thing in here. And that would be darkened around. And then this would all be something like that. I'm trying to think here. Or I guess it would have like shine marks in here. It's probably okay for the most part. Anyways. This would probably be made out of metal. This would have some anti-aliasing. Yeah, this would work more like this. Okay. And then it just needs bolts and gadgets and things all over it. Let's shave that off. And we need a completely different sprite for when you're holding it, because like you're not going to be seeing it from this angle. I think it would look pretty weird if we did it like that. This would also be dark from the shadow. Oh, and this would be dark here. Alright, getting there. This would probably have some kind of panel here. Like a battery compartment. I probably won't make this item actually take batteries, because that would be pretty annoying. I feel like it needs some kind of like, maybe it has like a little metal thing that goes under. Yeah. This would be in one more though. Possibly a wire. Or a switch of some sort. Maybe we put one here. What would that have? I'm trying to think what kind of switch would be time appropriate. We could do one of those like flip switches. But I don't want it to be something that I have to draw a new sprite for, so I'll just do a push button. Okay. Let's see if we can brighten this stuff up. I don't really want that to extend past there. Same there. I think it's okay for now. I imagine a lot of this stuff we're going to be redoing eventually. Like, this is more of a placeholder than anything, so. Oops. Flashlight. And now we need the version where you're holding it, so it's going to be another 50 by 50. Let's think about how this would work. So you'd see the back of it here. You'd kind of be almost like this, I guess. I guess this is how this would look. Maybe really shorten this, though. I don't want to imply it's super long. Or just make this larger here. Right. Then kind of color this differently for a second. Perspective. I think that could probably work. I want to make sure it's not too, like, distracting and in the way, so let's maybe shrink it down a little bit, move it off to the right. Alrighty. Let's continue. Got that part. Back to over here. Let's get all these colors. Ugh. Bruh. Why does it keep replacing the color? Okay. So this would have the handle. Should be sort of centered like that. We'll come back to here. Like that. And this would go across. I think. And this would have a shadow. Darker shadow in here. This would also have a shadow like this. And this would be more... Alright, I think something like this. Looks a little goofy, but I think it makes sense. Alright. Oh yeah, also this has the bolts on the side, so let's have those back in. Let's do this color. Okay, we got the little thing up here. Actually, wasn't it like this and then right in the center? And it did have this little bar thing that went across. Okay. That's most of it. It looks a little cursed with those colors. Let's fix it. There we go. And this should have a side here, I guess. Yeah, it shouldn't be 0 thickness. Alright. Then maybe there's some kind of wire in the back there, possibly. Just so there's something going on back here. Then let's do... It's not quite that dark. Get that on there. Some kind of plug thing here. And maybe we get this over here. Alright, I think that's pretty much good enough. Let's see what it looks like then when we hold it. PNG. We have to make sure we're always leaving that 1 pixel border for the outlining, otherwise it's going to look a little silly. Okay. Hopefully these show up now. Should they do? Alright. And Godot's a little funny, so I had to do that and then paste it right back in. I don't know why this one doesn't show it existing. It's right there. Alright, whatever. Oh, it's because it's already held sprite. Which is what I put up here, right? Okay. So now we have to add some code in for that, which I don't think it's going to be that bad. Because we just go into item. And then on pickup, we say, we already have item data. So we just say, if item, or we save our is equal item data dot get held sprite null. If held sprite is not equal to null, then we do basically what we did in ready. Actually, I'm gonna have this extend off of item 2D. So function pickup super. Then right here, we set our sprite texture. To held sprite. Hopefully that works. And then we have to do the inverse when we drop it. So function drop, I think. Yeah, we just do the opposite. Oops. Let me set this back to item data.sprite. Let's give it a try. Let's see, over on YouTube. Great art, thank you very much. Wonder if you could give me an opinion since you're a game dev. I've dreamed about doing my dream game. I just watched one tutorial on Godot, which I focus on first. Is there like a specific thing that you already know pretty well? Like, do you already know how to program or do art, or are you just starting completely from scratch on all fronts? Yeah, let's actually spawn the item. Oh yeah, it's already in the game. Let's add it. Game load. I still need to figure out why it takes so long to load. I'm not really sure. I mean, I know that it's like loading up the world scene when I first launch it, but give improved flashlight. It works pretty well. The perspective actually looks not bad. I thought it was gonna look stupid, but it does actually work, so that's cool. Nice. So yeah, it should be easy now. All we have to do is just make it when you now use your flashlight, it's like brighter and better. So let's go in here now. So on the player, I'm gonna be doing a few things. Just for now, I'm going to do function process, but eventually we'll probably change that. So if we have a held item, if held item.item ID is equal to g.item.improve flashlight, then we do this stuff. I code in C, can do simple art and pretty comfortable audio design. Okay. So you've got a little bit of pre-existing experience. Yeah, the thing I would probably then start with is there's some really good kind of guides inside of the documentation for Godot. And I think it's good because it just walks you through things. I mean, videos are fine, but I think a lot of the times you end up just completely copying everything. That's kind of always the problem with just watching like a big massive how to make a game video, because there's so much that goes into it. I don't think it's ever that helpful because you're just going to copy it. But in here, if you go to Godot docs, there's the getting started section. I highly recommend just reading through all of these, you know, introduction, what can it do, because I think it's a really good overview of everything, assuming you already haven't done this. But it walks you through all the UI, which is important. I'd highly recommend that. And then it just goes through like reading documentation, which is actually super important. So this is a very good little like getting started tutorial. Because it just talks about everything, and then it gets down into here into the step-by-step section. So I think it's good to go through all of this once again, what nodes and scenes are, because a lot of creating a game it's not just the sheer language syntax, but it's just learning like the data structures and like what is a node. So it's really good to go through all this. Then creating your first script, it just kind of walks you through all that stuff. So this gives you a very good basis for things. I would say this is probably one of the best first things you should do. And then after that, honestly, I would just say like set yourself a goal, right? I think that's the next big thing, because you need to know like what kind of game you want to make. I think a lot of people go into it and decide like, I want to make a game, but then they have no idea what game they actually want to make. If you try to develop that way, you're just going to end up lost. I think it's so important to have like you have to have a rough idea of what your end goal is, right? What you want the final game to actually be. Because that kind of, then you work your way back and it's like, all right, I want to make a platformer. So what parts do I need to work on to make a platformer? It's like, all right, I'm going to need a player character, and that I need to figure out how to do like input for the player so I can use WASD. And then you just keep working backwards, and then you can finally get to steps that like are actionable, like creating an input system. You can research some tutorials on that, and then you might start looking into the input system in Godot. You look at like, is action pressed and stuff like that, and you start to get a better idea of how to actually do things. A big part of making a game or any programming is divide and conquer, right? You have to be able to break it up into tiny little steps so it's easy. It's way too much work to just say like, I'm gonna do this and then have no actual real plan on how. You have to break it up into 1,000 little tiny problems and then start chipping away at it, so. Depends on your learning style. I used to follow the tutorials and adding my own stuff, trying to implement functionalities on my own, then watching how the author did it, yeah. And like, I think that's a big thing too, is it just depends on the person. I mean, I just personally find that's kind of my issue with video tutorials, is that it's hard, like, starting out, it's really hard to like kind of take your own spin on it. Because if you don't know anything, then that's all you really know how to do, is just exactly what they tell you to do in the tutorial, right? But if you have a little bit of pre-existing experience, you kind of can afford to experiment a little bit. So if that's the case, then you could totally do that. So let's see. I'm going to set up some flashlight stuff here. So I'm going to make the base flashlight worse. So let's go into the game and just tweak things until we've got a base flashlight power. But then when you're holding the better flashlight, it makes it stronger. I think one of the big things with the better flashlight is like the depth that the light travels. Okay, let's just go down. Wait for it to get dark. I forgot about him. Well, this is going to be problematic. Well, he always knows where I am, so I can't. Yeah, I think the space flashlight's pretty powerful. I mean, we can see stuff around here pretty easily. So I want to try... Here, let's make it so the doorman doesn't spawn in right now. So yeah, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Let's just set his timer to something ridiculous so he doesn't spawn. Yeah, I think one of the big things I want to decrease the like range, the distance of the flashlight, and also the radius, just so it's a little more tricky to spot things. Let's go down. Wait for darkness. All right. Also, I hate to restart again, but let's turn off the visible navigation stuff because it makes it really difficult. Okay. Let's go back into here, hit descend again. And now we'll wait a second. Shoot, there's a guy coming over. I should just like disable enemy spawning right now. Also, I don't know why the lights have stayed on down here. They should have like flickered and gone red. So that's a little odd. It might be because of me doing the debug mode or whatever, but I'll have to look at that. Okay, so range, we can change the angle here to be just a little bit worse. I don't want it to be super terrible, but maybe something more like this would be fine. Then we can lower the energy a little bit. Also, they seem to be having trouble navigating into the elevator again. I'm not sure why. It's a little strange. I need to figure that out. Deadlift coming along, it's going good. We're just working on adding in a new item right now, so getting that all set up. Did the angle just go back up? No. I think we'll do 40 angle. There's also attenuation. And range, right? So we could up the range like that, and that does make a pretty big difference. Okay. So flashlight dot angle will be 40 by default, and dot spot range will be 12. And with the better flashlight, we up that to 60 for the angle and 16 for the range. I think that should be a nice improvement. I'd also possibly lower the initial energy as well. Like 0.75. Up to 1.25. So let's see what this looks like now. If I give myself the... Who are those guys? Those are the scavengers. They are a new entity. So now we can see the difference when I'm holding it and when I'm not holding it, right? Pretty big improvement, for sure. I want to make sure it's actually worthwhile to craft this item and bring it with you, right? Because, like, if it didn't really make that much of a difference, then what's the point? But I think it's large enough of an impact that it's definitely worth it to craft it, right? It does help you see much easier around here. Because it takes up a whole inventory slot. So it's, again, one of these things with these items is that you have to, like, make a decision, right? Is it worth it to take up that inventory slot just for a better flashlight? So I want to make sure things do feel, you know, warranted. Yeah, I guess that's done then. Seems like it's working. So we can go ahead and add a crafting recipe for it now. Let's see. Scrappy Hacker, dig the vibe. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's coming along. How to eat a sandwich guide when? I don't know. It probably has infinite battery. I think it would be really annoying if it didn't. And then I'd have to figure out some way of, like, recharging the battery, replacing the battery, which is kind of, like, complicated. I don't know what the UI for something like that would look like, I guess. So, still thinking about that. But for now, we'll probably keep it like that. So let's go to the recipes table now, and I need to actually start adding all these things. So, also, before we do that, though, let's get the scrap shield added. Scrap shield. There's no difference between held and not. I had to turn that assignment that had the drawing I sent yesterday. Oh, yeah. What did your teacher think about that? So let's see. Now we go back into the recipes table. So these are all the different recipes. We got the compass. Now we got recipe, scrap shield. And that's going to be pretty simple. It's just going to be 2 metal scrap. And it makes 1 scrap shield. And then the battery, or not battery. Improved flashlight. I think we'll do one metal scrap, maybe. Or possibly plastic. I'm thinking about adding in plastic. And one like electronics. Alright. She hasn't seen it yet, oh yeah. And yeah, let's just change this to plastic. Electronics. Should I be consistent? Like, this is metal scrap, wood scrap. I could do these ones as plastic scrap and electronic scrap. Maybe I'll just be consistent. So now you can make a scrap shield. So let's try that out. What this also means now too is the notes that spawn in the maze should show those things appear. So it might crash because the plastic and electronics are not real yet. That or it just displays, yeah, it shows null. So let's fix that. Let's add them in. So let's see, let's just do electronic scrap. It's gonna have some circuit boards and wires, you know. So maybe we have like a motherboard here. Why'd I start making Deadlift? Just to make a game for fun, yeah. But we've been wanting to do a horror game for a long time, even before Starground, to be honest. Because we initially started working on a long time ago game, Bounding Main, and it was like a underwater horror game. And there's just a lot of reasons that we never really finished that game or continued development of it, right? I don't know. I think there was a lot of issues with just the way it was designed. I don't think it was ever going to really be that scary because we were relying too heavily on the entity in the game, the monster, but we are not good at modeling creatures. So I think that was an immediate big problem with it. You can see kind of a little bit of what it was. So I think in a way, I mean, it wasn't designed to be, but it's a little bit of like a redemption of, you know, what Bounding Main was. Basically a chance to do another horror game and actually do it right this time. So I think one of the big issues with Bounding Main was the fact that we focused way too much on ambience and horror instead of gameplay first. And that's always, I think, a recipe for disaster. Horror is good, but I think when it comes to a horror game, I still think it's above all else, you should make sure the game is fun first. And then you can worry about horror later. I think it's just a better philosophy for making a horror game. Like, of course, I do value the horror with Deadlift, but I think the most important thing above all else is just making sure that Deadlift is actually fun. So that's why we're spending time right now adding in crafting recipes instead of more scary guys. And of course we'll be adding in scary guys, but I want to make sure that the scary guys aren't just scary because, like, they have to have a... I want them to have some substance, you know? I'm just making like a little motherboard thing. Maybe it'll have a main circuit. gold traces. Those are too dark. I don't know, this doesn't really look like a real motherboard, but that's fine. RAM sticks. This is going to be garbage, so we're just going to not care so much. And then some loose wires, which I think will be kind of like we'll have an insulated wire, but then have some copper sprigs. And I think electronic scrap is probably going to be the most valuable scrap because it's like kind of an advanced scrap type, right? Like the other stuff is just sort of basic materials, metal and wood, but this is like your pathway into more advanced tools and technologies, right? At least I imagine. What is this? I did this stupid. Oh, that was the one that was coming out of the... I see. What else would you find in electronic scrap? We could do a stick of RAM, maybe. Maybe just right under here. The most valuable thing known to man, a stick of RAM. I tried modeling, but holy moly, Blender difficulty, yeah. Difficult to blend models together. The best is make an actual good flesh cube, yeah. It's really hard to model. Like, that's why we're doing the hybrid 2D approach with this game, because I think it's just going to be so much more feasible for us to draw assets instead of modeling them. I mean, imagine if I had to spend the time modeling this, right? Like, that would take me... It wouldn't, like, take that long, but it all adds up. Having to model this, and then the plastic, and the metal, and the wood, and all the different things, it would take a really long time, so... I do really like the approach of doing the 2D plus 3D. I think it's just so much more in line with what our pre-existing skills are. So... I mean, obviously we have to model where we can, or where we have to, but it is nice to avoid it. I'm a liar? Why am I a liar? No, I'm not. I can get by with modeling, but there's people that are actually insane at it. Like, when it comes to like modeling characters and stuff, I am not good at all. I really, really suck at it. So I think it would be a bad time if we were trying to do that. What else? What would be like old tech scrap? Maybe like a Nixie tube. We could do one of those guys. If I can make it look good. I don't think this is gonna look good. Let's see. How's that? And I guess, like, what does the bottom of a Nixie tube look like? I guess it's got a bunch of little metal wires sticking out. It'll be fine. And then it's gonna have some funny things going on in the center. I don't know what this thing is, guys. It'll do. think we need one more electronic scrap for the left side. What would that be? Always remember to have so many. Yeah, it's little tip, guys. Make sure all of your models look like they're straight from Garden of Banban. There's a doodad, yes sir. We could do maybe a screen, you know. Imagine that would be pretty useful if you're building things. Oops, I'll do it on that layer. Like, we could do a CRT screen. I don't want to steal from Voices of the Void, but... Let's see, I'm thinking about the depth ordering on this. Let's raise that up. Let's flatten that. Flatten that. Maybe move this down. Oh, but now I cover up all my epic CPUs. It's okay. And let's see, if I recall correctly, CRTs are like this. They've got like the tube that goes into the back. I may be wrong. Here, should I flip this? Let's see. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better, maybe. Let's see, this should actually like go down more, I guess. Because we're seeing this from like a top angle. It's annoying to draw in perspective, guys. I wish everything was orthographic. I don't know, I think this is how it is, and it's got like some rings or something. Maybe there's some wires coming off of here. But they can't go up against. This will be fine. That looks like electronic scrap. Maybe we'll just kind of backfill everything in here. Shouldn't have put this RAM on that layer, but it's okay. I forgot, but I was able to play Minecraft again during December. Found the issue, oh yeah. What was the problem you were running into? Just gonna kind of fill this all in. Not with pure black, but maybe like a dark green. And we'll kind of give these some shapes, so it doesn't look too weird. I think that works. Alright, electronic scrap. Let's give this TV a little bit of a shine. Then I guess this would be like darker over in here. I think it works okay. And then we could also do possibly, just to give it the illusion of depth. The issue is because AMD released a software update that wasn't very nice. Okay. Yeah. Maybe instead of the screen, battery. Yeah. Could do a battery. Might be a little bit easier to understand what a battery is versus the screen. Yeah, we could just do a car battery. Let's see. Dang. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. I was just doing it because it's the first thing that came to mind, but I think it was a little tricky to draw and make it look obvious, you know, as to what it actually is. But car battery could work. Most people have cars. I should be using that line tool more because I can just go like bam. And there we go. See, I might actually do like let's give like the top. Nah. It'll look silly, I think, if I do. Let's make this a little smaller, maybe. So now we need the anode and cathode. And then one is black. That red is pretty sort of blending in. Let's see, I might change that. Nope. Usually these car batteries have like a little handle, but I think it's okay. We don't need it. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Let's do like a little bit of a shadow here. We could just put a little voltage icon on here. Let's see, electricity. No, that's not right. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Then this would be just going better. It's tricky though, because now we have to draw this angled on this surface. Let's see, gotta go Connor. Sounds good. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. We're just gonna copy this icon and then paste it and warp it because it's really hard to figure out the angle on this. And shrink. Then I can rotate it and also skew it. I don't remember the keybind for skewing. It's like hold Control Shift. I don't really remember. But at least rotating it should help. Because that would be the top. So that one would be like really down. I think. It's really tricky. That's good enough though. So we have that on there, maybe some kind of label over here. Make it thinner. Well, actually, a lot of batteries have those little like grips on the side, so you can pick them up. Maybe we'll just do that. Just to give it more going on. Let's see, let's do this as the black color. Crazy zoomed in, looks like nothing. You zoom out and then voltage icon, yeah. That's what pixel art is like. It looks like it's like what I'm doing makes no sense, and then all of a sudden it makes sense. I think for this I'm gonna replace this color with like the copper color because it blends in with the bottom of the battery and doesn't look good. Oops. Amber circuits are kind of a vibe. Those are real. But we're not going to do an amber circuit. PCB or whatever. Okay, I think this works. Let's move on. Because also, like, I'm not super worried about these right now. Most of these are probably going to be temporary assets, I imagine. We'll probably be replacing these at some point. And also, like, seeing it in game is kind of different from seeing it like this, because this is like a perfect form of it. You won't really notice the details as much when it's actually in game. So I think the last thing we need to do is plastic. I just want to do a couple little bits and bobs. Maybe like a grocery bag. Tubs. Lids. Great work so far. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's see. Probably not remembering this properly. Grocery bag. This looks pretty terrible. I don't think the handles would be that crazy. I think this will work. And then we can do just a little bit of shading. That's way too bright. Oh, that's the only other color? Let's just make a new one. We have to kind of make this look like fabric. I think the goal is just to practice the way we make test assets. Yeah. I think it's definitely, that's sort of the vibe right now. Like, just kind of messing around and seeing what sticks, and then later on we're gonna more like kind of cycle back and think about how to make these things look more coherent. But for right now, it's just sort of experimenting. Maybe we got like a sheet of plastic. Blue plastic. Maybe it has some scratches on it. Maybe throw some red in there. Plastic to me is always, in my eyes, like very, like, the icon of plastic in my head is very red and colorful, and so yeah, like, yeah, maybe one of those, whatever that company is called, has like an H in it or something. But yeah, the red plastic cups. We could do one of those guys right over here. Do that. See, the rim on these isn't like super crazy. I should dial this one back. It's probably mostly fine. Let's do I don't like this extra red on the side. It's good enough. And actually maybe do a little bit of that. Okay. Plastic. We've got tubs and buckets we can do. Maybe some caps. Some like lids. We do a green lid. Sheepanger alert, I know. Yeah, plastic bottle, definitely. I'll put that on a new layer. Doing all these sprites like this has actually been kind of some good practice on like more perspective-based drawing. Because it's making me think about the way that these things are sort of positioned in space. Which is always good. Because like this bottle, I'm imagining we're looking at it like it's kind of flat on its side. So like this would be the bottom of it down here. This has been kind of good practice, I think. And like, let's see, these bottles have those like ribs. These are not final colors, but let's replace those now. And let's do sort of an in-between between these two. Maybe a little darker. Yeah, somewhere just like that. And maybe we also start shading this a little bit. Since this is like a hollow bottle or transparent, probably want to see a little bit of it through there. Oops. I think that works okay. Other plastic bits. So much plastic. We could do maybe some more like shredded plastic. Just some shredded strands of it. Keep putting this stuff on the same layer by accident, that's fine. I kind of imagine that the plastic in this game will also sort of take the role of like fabric, because plastic can be used as fabric. Polyester is just plastic. so I think it's fine. These almost look like folded things of plastic. I don't know exactly what these are, but they're probably real somewhere. Some more plastic. And cups. There's a lot of plastic bags. Maybe like one of those little tiny green garbage bags, you know? I don't like how, like, there we go. That's better. Fill that in. Maybe like that. Could do like a gas tank. That's like a pretty iconic piece of plastic to me. Let's move all this up. Do that like down below. Under everything. Oops. Let's hide all this other stuff for a second. I'm not going to worry so much about making this look good because it's just a little quick, you know. It's going to be half covered up anyways, but you know, it would have like a handle over here. And then maybe a spout here. Now it would have sort of a shadow there. More like that. So it extend out more. Let's replace all these colors. Oops. Then let's do some darker ones, like this. And also just specifically right here on the curve up. All right. And this has the yellow gas nozzle. This is good enough. I'm not, again, super worried about making this actually look good. I think it's fine. Let's do some rearranging. I think I'll move this to the bottom here. That's all one layer. Move that down. Keep that one there. Move the bottle right there. And then let's rearrange these lids and stuff. Move that up. Put that on the bag. And then this cup. Where is it? I did a wretched job with these layers. Right here. Oops. Let's put that on a different layer. Right there. Let's actually mirror this. No, never mind, don't mirror. Put it right there, but then let's give it like a little bit of an outline. Just so it doesn't blend in with the tank below. Basically almost shading. I think we're almost there. Just one more thing sticking out over here. Oh, that one was for going deep. Okay. It's like a long, tall plastic object. Oh, like a clothes hanger? That would work. Think about the orientation of this. Go out this way. Hook right there. And back down. Yeah, I think this works. It's fine for now. We'll probably change it again one day, but that's okay. Okay, so now I've got all those items in. You can go actually add them for real. Up here. MG item. Plastic scrap. And I'm doing these tag system things again, like I did with Starground. I think it's really good because then I can just add things to the tag and it's automatically in the loot table. So let's see, plastic scrap and electronic scrap. Change this to electronic scrap. Plastic scrap. All right. So now everything in here should be craftable. If we go back to our recipes, we've got the plastic and electronic for the flashlight. Let's boot it up and try it out. And we'll just spawn these in. We should see these spawning in the wild also, if we just run around for a minute. We're gonna see mostly notes. Actually, I think we'll only see notes right now. Let's fix all the changes we did now, because we were testing things. So back in the world, we had the decorations spawn count insanely too high. Let's set that back to normal. Then over on, we have get random item. I set the note odds extremely high, but that should be like 0 to 20, like the other ones. So let's try this out. Okay. So let's just go see if we're seeing any of this new scrap spawning. We should. I don't see why it wouldn't. There's probably going to be a lot of food, though, spawning on this level, but right here, electronic scrap. So that's working as intended. And then we have plastic scrap. So I think these look fine for the most part. Give metal scrap. Here's the metal scrap. And then the wood scrap. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I think that'll work. Alright, so let's try crafting something. If we do an electronic scrap and plastic scrap, that should make the flashlight. Let's see what happens. Whoa. It indeed works. Now you can see we got that going. Oh, hello, little guy. Alright, so then let's also... The shield should be craftable now, but let's make sure. If we pop 2 metal in here, it should craft us a shield. Interesting. So it didn't work. I'm gonna make sure I did that. I set that up properly. MG item. Metal scrap. Mount is 2. Scrap shield. Yeah, that's a little quirky. I might have to go into the code for that. So that's in the crafter button. So let's see what's going on here. Yeah, it showed. Okay, it just shows 2. I think that's what's going on here. Thank you for sneezing at. Because what it does is it just increments the count. And then, what are we saying? Input size. But input size should be the same. We can see it's the same here. So that should be okay. Oops. Where was it? Crafter button. It's gone. Let's go find it again. So it's going to loop through each of the inputs if the size is not the same. So that's, I'm sure that's not the thing that's happening. Let's make sure here. I'm pretty sure it's getting past that stage. Yeah, so it gets past there. That's not the problem. So it must be down in here. It's going to loop through input. So if item counts does not have the input ID, then it says invalid is true. Let's just see if that's the one that's causing it. Because maybe there's something wrong with the ID I entered into the recipe table. Oh, that's weird. What's going on here? MG item metal scrap. I'm pretty sure that's the right ID. Let's go compare really quick and make sure. Did I do a typo in here? MG item metal scrap. Odd. But somehow it's saying that item counts doesn't have that, which doesn't make any sense because we print out item counts right here. It prints out that we have 2 metal scrap. Strange. Input ID. Let's print out what input is here. I'm getting shot. So why is it landing on that one? And then it's showing this one, mount 1? What is only 1 metal scrap? Let's restart the game. Maybe I didn't apply it properly or something. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. It's being a little bit quirky, guys. Let's try this again. Give metal scrap. Give metal scrap. Now we put it in. Should print out metal scrap too. What is going on? It's showing amount 1 right there for some reason, and that just doesn't make any sense because we have it clearly as a metal scrap amount 2. So I'm trying to figure out why that's happening. I don't think it's like... Okay, let me make these print statements a little clearer. Items inside are... Because it would make sense if it didn't have it for this. That doesn't mean that it's failing on all of them. And then when we start this, I'm going to say print s trying recipe ID, just so I know which recipe it's actually attempting. Then we can say recipe has, and then just print recipe.input. Let's try this now. Give metal scrap, is that a Fear and Hunger reference? I am not sure. Maybe. Okay, so now it's going through here. Should show everything. So yeah, it shows that there's 2 metal scrap inside. It's trying the compass, it's going to be invalid. So right here, trying recipe scrap shield. Recipe requires 2 metal scrap. So it looks like it does it, but then it just doesn't, like, succeed or something. I think that's what's happening here. Let's print in here, recipe is valid. Okay, it didn't print that out, so I think there's some kind of logic error here. So it's going to loop through each thing in input, which is just 1. And we say if we have it, or if we don't have it, we say invalid is true. Okay. And then if item counts input ID, so that's getting the quantity for that input. It's not equal to input amount. I'm going to print here. And when we try recipe, I'm just going to add this so it's less confusing. Let's see what's going on. This will help a lot in actually figuring out what's wrong. Okay, so this is what it's doing. Items inside are metal scrap with quantity of 2. It tries the compass. It finds, yeah, there's metal scrap, but improper amount. So that's fine, invalid recipe. And then it does this, trying recipe, scrap shield. Requires that. And that's it. It just doesn't continue. So neither of these is getting set. So invalid should be false. But it's not saying that the recipe is valid. So it's very confusing. And for input and recipe input, so it should just loop through this for loop once. Um, just gonna print in here and say looping, just so I know that it's actually attempting to do it. Let's see. Okay, so trying scrap shield. It just doesn't loop through it at all. Which is really weird. Trying to figure out what's going on here. So we say recipes table.get. So we get deal recipe scrap shield. So we return a dictionary with this information. So we should be saying for I in input. Recipe.input. This is really strange. Let me print that. So the only thing I could think of is that the size of items. Oh, is that what's going on here? Because I'm saying... I'm comparing the item count. I think really what I want to be comparing is not that one. Item counts.size to recipe input. Let's try this. Okay, yeah, that worked that time. So I think all it was is just that it I was just comparing the size of the wrong... What this is checking is just making sure that the number of items that we have in here is the same as the... You know, like if we need scrap and wood, it'll just make sure that we have those 2 items in there. I mean, I guess we don't technically need this size check, but I guess what it does is that if we have like a 3rd item in there that we don't need... Okay, actually, there's something I want to check, right? I might have to add another little check onto here. I only want this to craft when we have exactly the required items, so I just put 3 in there. I want to see if it deletes all of the items. Okay, so it's fine because it's the wrong amount. So I think what that line prevents is, like, let's say that we have... I don't know, wood scrap. And then 2 metal scrap. There's not a recipe that has that wood scrap, so it'll prevent that from trying to craft the shield with the wood scrap in there. So I think we're good to go. Hopefully. Anyways, now we got the shield, we can get that sort of set up. All we really have to do is just check, has Ares hit us? If we have our shield held up and equipped, then we attempt to block the damage. Well, it will block the damage, but it'll like have a chance to snap. So let's give that a try now. And then we can get rid of all these print statements now. This is a dumb mistake. All right. Well, I don't need to print error on that. I think we're good now. So yeah, is there any reason I use the exclamation mark instead of not? I just use it because I'm so much more familiar with that from other languages. For example, Java, C++, C, almost every language uses this as the sign for like opposite for not. Python and GDScript, to my knowledge, are the only ones I've ever used that do not. But it just seems cursed. I don't know. I like using the exclamation mark. I feel like it's just faster than writing out not, but I don't know. mean, it's not that big of a speed difference, but is this what I'm used to? I mean, I could use not, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter. And I also, you'll probably see that I use and an or like this, which is the same reason, is because all other languages use those, and then Python GD scripts use and not for some reason. Or and an or, whatever. I don't know, I just like these better. As this really comes down, that's pretty much all it comes down to, yeah. Both are totally fine. I don't really care if... Doesn't really matter to me. I don't know. Is this muscle memory? Yeah, I was just curious. Yeah. No, that's a totally valid question. Alright, so let's make it so the shield works. It should be pretty easy, but we're just going to go into Ares' code. And then the moment where player take damage right here. So if the player has the shield up, I also want to immediately initiate the stun as well. So we can say cancel charge with activate stun true. So we say if I is player. So if I dot held item, I dot held item dot item ID is equal to mg dot item dot scrap shield, I think is what it's called. Then we say cancel charge and don't deal damage to the player. And I guess in that case we also say break, so it doesn't do this stuff. Excuse me. And then this is also where we do the chance for that shield to break. So we're gonna say if randi range 0 to 3 is equal to 0, then we break the item. So we say I dot drop item. Let's also, before we say that, var item is I dot held item. I dot drop item. Then we say item dot queue free. I should have like another function set of the player just called destroy item. I think that would be a good idea, because I imagine this is going to be a thing that we'll be using a lot more. So let's see if this works. Let's just keep going down until we actually get to Ares' zone. Yeah, hopefully it does. Let's just give ourselves one really quick. Boom. Let's go down one more time, and then I think Ares will start spawning. Let's go see. Yeah, we're in the compound. He should spawn now. Oh, yeah, there he is. So let's see what happens. Well, he hit the wall, but... So yeah, our shield just broke, but it did stop him from dashing into us, so... Yeah, that works pretty well. Might possibly make that item cheaper to craft. I don't know, we'll have to see. But I think it works. I might just make it cost 1 metal scrap, like more of like a quick little boost item rather than being like something that you hold on to for a long time. But yeah. Also, I want to see if it's just because of me and debug mode, but the lights on here should like turn red and flicker and stuff, right? I'm not sure why it's not doing that. Let's see what happens if I don't do it in debug mode. Yeah, so it's fine in regular mode. I don't know why debug mode prevents that from happening. I can't remember if it's like something I purposely did. I'm not sure. But anyways, that's 2 new items, so those work. And I imagine we'll be tweaking the recipes and stuff, but for now it's fine. So what else? What other items do we want to throw in? And I'll probably turn this into a checklist here so I can start checking these off. So we got the equipment, better flashlight, the shield. Alrighty. I'm not sure what biological scraps will be used for yet, but we'll see. See, I'd like some of these consumable items too. That would be nice. I'm just thinking what we want to do for those. Bandage. I'd like to do the bandage so you can heal yourself. Maybe we add that in really quick. All right, let's see. Bandage. I think this will be a very easy sprite. Essentially boils down to cylinder. And just to make it look more like a bandage, we could have like a little, you know. Something like that. And then this is gonna have like that. I don't want it to look too much like toilet paper. Right. I guess the way we can prevent that is by just making it like long. Or making it off-white, because I think that would help a lot. Oops. Let's select this stuff down here. Let's erase some of this stuff here. Okay. Then I guess it's just a matter of some light shading. Which I might actually grab another color here. Maybe a little more saturation. And a little bit brighter. Maybe a little less saturation. Okay. Alrighty. Do some anti-aliasing. And I guess that's pretty much it. I don't know what else we would do. Some bandages, I'm just looking online here, have like a little bit of a... so this should be more down. Like a thing at the end over here, which we could add. I don't know what you would call this, but... I think it's cool. Yeah, I think this will work. Just thinking the shape here, this needs to be adjusted. That'll be fine. And then push this toward the bottom. All right. Bandage. And then the other thing that kind of pairs with this too is the med kit, which is going to be a much more like high tier medical item. I don't think you're going to be able to craft them. Only buy them from NPCs or maybe very rarely find them. Let's see, I'm allowed to do a white cross, right? You're not allowed to use a red cross, right? Because that's like the Geneva Convention. Yeah, but I can do like a white cross on red. Welcome back, Oshi. Yeah, we'll just do a different vibe. It'll be fine. Well, I think it's pretty clear what the medkit should look like. It's a pretty standard thing. Let's see. That. We'll have like a handle and stuff on the front. I feel like these assets look terrible, but it's okay. We'll make them better one day. I use the line tool, dude. Let's make a new color here. Because I feel like it. Alright. So let's see. I want this to be a little rounded on top. And I think I'll do like a... We'll have like an inset line in here. This will need a lot of adjusting. It's okay for now. And then all along the edges, it'll have like a lip here. Yeah, this looks like trash. It's okay, nothing that anti-aliasing can't fix. We can do like a... Here, first off, I want to brighten up this color. Like that. Let's also knock this back like that. Fix that up there. Okay. Latches. like that. So I think, as far as I know, I believe you're able to use a white cross on red. You just can't use a red cross on white. It just says stupid. I don't know why they have decided that's a war crime, but whatever, you know? You could also do like green if you wanted to, but I think this will work. So yeah, theoretically this should be allowed. Maybe I'll get a massive notice in the mail that I've committed a war crime, but it'll probably be okay. All right. Let's push that down 1 pixel. And then I want this to have a handle over here, I think. Something like this. Let's see if this be more angled in. There we go. That's pretty much it. Doesn't have to be super fancy. Hey, Adagon, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today? We're just drawing some things right now. Draw more slimes. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of drawing today. Just working on Deadlift right now. It's coming along. We're creating a bunch of new items in the game. Things that you can craft, some that you can't. Send some pics. Yeah, you're totally welcome to drop links or on Discord or whatever. Whatever works. Let's see. I think I'll add some latches here on the side. Perspective is a tricky beast. I think something like this. Let's see. No. This needs to be pushed back. Let's do that. I think that works, and then I just got to do the other side. Here's today's. Let's go. Let's check it out. Nice, nice. These guys are pretty awesome. I like the catfish guy. Nice. Nights, moon, Pomo. Yeah, pretty epic. Then let's see, you got Mondays. Let's go. Fish guy, long cat. Nice, yeah, those look really good. How many do you have in total now? I'm sure you've got a ton going on now. Let's see, so I think this will be like this, raised out. Yeah, that looks about right. So what does a latch actually look like? Trying to figure it out. I always just draw it as this, but I know that there's like more to it. Because it's got to have like another piece that... I guess it could be one of those ones where you grab from the top and undo it. And technically it would be fine. trying to find a reference. I don't know. I can't find anything. 210 slimes that are catchable, around 140 drawn. Nice. That's crazy. A lot of assets. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I've been drawing a lot of fish recently for Lurden, which is the other game I've been working on. That's been fun. I do really enjoy that kind of drawing. Just like doing a bunch of icons, essentially. That's always kind of been my favorite thing to draw. Like, this kind of stuff is really fun. Just being like, all right, I'm going to draw a med kit. Let's see. Plus variants. Oh, with the, yeah, with all the slimes. That's crazy. Oh, so are these like... are all these other... These don't count toward the total amount? Yeah, that's crazy then. You've got so many then. Is there any reason that you're doing separate assets for the different colors rather than just doing like a color swap shader? Okay, let's try this out now. Oh wait, I haven't even added these items in. 698 art assets, that's crazy, man. I might break this function up. I think I'm just gonna say check charge. So now I can just do a bunch of return statements, which is going to be much easier. So I can say here, if I've already hit the player, return, and I loop through these. If I'm not player, return. Let's change this to body. Yeah, it looks better unless we do things like I did for the pumpkin. Oh, because you've got... Yeah, I see. So you've got like a couple different variations. Yeah, that's a good reason then. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's see. So here, if we don't have a held item, we return. Then I'm going to rename I to body. All right. Oh, and actually on some of these, though, they're not returning. I have to check, like... Okay. I'll have to figure this out. I guess we'll just do it else for this one. So if we have held item, otherwise do this one. Then we say return. Still don't have fish king on there. Let's see, body held item is not equal to that. I keep getting this confused. Let's see. I'm just gonna need a variable set, which is like var lock is false. Then if not block. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We do that. So if we have the held item, if it's a scrap shield, then we say block is true. if block, else. This is just a little cleaner, I think. Alright, this should all work. So if they're not a player, return. If we have the shield, block it. If we blocked, we cancel the charge immediately, have a chance to break the shield, and we're good. Alrighty, so next item on the list, we've got the med kit and bandage. No slime catching this in the stream, I know. Maybe one day, who knows. You did say that you got it set up so like anybody can add it on, right? It's just kind of like a genericized it essentially. I don't know if you did it yet or you were saying that you were planning on it. Yeah, I just need to click a button then off of Twitch. Okay, nice. That's pretty cool. Okay, so we got the bandage and med kit. The bandage is gonna do just one minor injury, so it's kind of a not super valuable item. But the med kit, that one's gonna be a little more good. I think the med kit, I don't know, we might just kind of cure everything. Obviously not any addictions or anything, but any damage to you. Because I want it to be a very rare item that's extremely hard to get, but if you do, it's kind of awesome. Let's see, where do I check the IDs and stuff? Let's just go check for chalk. See, I don't like how I have these things set up here. Because I keep checking if I have one of these IDs. I'm going to change this. Instead of saying held item ID, I'm going to say held item dot item data dot interactable or usable. What would be a good word for using something? Not interacting, but like actionable. Whatever, I'll just do usable. It makes sense. Well, it's not necessarily consumable because some things don't get consumed. Like the chalk stays in your inventory, so I don't want to imply that it goes away. I think that's a different kind of thing. These are just for things that, like, you can, you know, do something with, whether it gets, yeah, has action. Yeah, anything really works, it doesn't matter. So we got the chalk, the eraser. So I think it's just those two, chalk, eraser, medkit, bandage. I don't think any of the other equipments do anything. Like, you just kind of hold them in your hand, you don't have to, like, hold them. Alright. So, back to the player. So we're checking for chalk, eraser. Oh, also the note. I forgot about that one. And now we're just gonna check for... I'm probably gonna change the way this stuff works away from being hard-coded in, and I think I'll do kind of like how it works in Starground with special weapon components, where you can just attach a script to the item and the data. I think it would just be a much more I don't know, modular way of going about it. I mean, I'm not necessarily designing this game. I mean, I guess I sort of am designing it to be moddable. I don't know. I'm not super worried about it at this moment in time, but a lot of modding stems from making good decisions early on. So... so item... Already forget, bandage. So we're just gonna pick a random ailment. So var selected effect. And then we're gonna say for in active effects, which is an array of different effects. We'll say if I dot, and we can check what kind of effect it is in the effects table. Okay, and it does have a group, so I can check if it's in the group minor injury. I'll just actually make this an array. An array of strings. So if I dot, whatever it is, group. Dot effects table dot get I.id dot groups dot has minor injury. Then we say valid effects dot pushback I. Then we just say remove effect valid effects dot pick random whenever we use the bandage. And we'll also say if valid effects dot size is greater than 0, then we remove the effect, and also say drop item. Yeah, we need to do like a function for deleting my current item. Let's say var destroy, or not var, function destroy held item. So this is going to say var item is held item. We say drop item, then item.queueFree. Maybe later on we can also sprinkle in like effects when an item is destroyed and stuff. So now we can just say destroy held item like that. Pretty easy. So I think this will work. Also, let's go to the scrap shield code inside of Ares. And instead of doing this, we say boom, destroy held item. And we just say global.player.destroy held item. Or we have a referenced body anyways, we'll just do that. Okay, so theoretically, I should be able to consume the bandage now. And it should heal me from one random injury I have. I might like upgrade the bandage or like make it so it does more than just one. Oh. Usable apparently is not real. Oh. Is it usable or let's let's just do what you're saying. As action. Later on, I guess that could just be replaced with whether it has an action script or not, and that's how we know if it's an actionable item. We don't even have to have a separate, you know, thing for it. Okay, that's all set up. Then back in the player. Let's try this again. Load. Okay. Give bandage. So now we got it. We can't apply it right now, but if we get shot up real quick, then it should work. I'm just gonna try and do one shot. Okay, we got shot. So now I should be able to use this. Oh, I think it's applying multiple times to me. Also, it's complaining about this. We're trying to push back. Oh, yeah. We have to push back the ID. Let's try this again. Boom. So I should be healed. Looks like I am. Let's get shot again. So I can see the camera wobble. If I give myself another, I don't know why those guys keep running around with empty hands like that. I gotta figure that out. And if I use it, boom. Now I'm cured. Like, what item are they holding? It shows that it's a blueberry, but it's invisible for some reason. I'm not sure what's up with that. And now I can't seem to see it anywhere? Okay, he might have picked it up. Let's go make sure that the blueberries are normal. Right there, Sprite blueberries. I don't see anything weird. The only thing I could think of is that there's... If we go into item 2D, it's doing something strange. Because on ready, I'll call super, which does all this stuff. Does all that. So if texture is equal to null, which should be the case, texture is equal to item data that gets sprite, set shader parameter. And that's set to local. Yeah, I don't really know why those are invisible. I can't tell if it's just like something wrong with the way the kobolds are picking up the items. Because that's the only time I see it happen, but I guess I wouldn't know if there was an item. Because it would be invisible. Oh, that is weird though. What is going on? I grabbed that from him and then it like didn't actually take it from him. So that's not right. There may be something going on with those item slots. I'm not sure. I mean, it seems fine for the most part. The only item I ever see that happen with for some reason is the blueberries. I don't know why though. Like, what about them is bad? I have no idea. It's a little odd. Yeah, I don't know. Let me make sure the item slot stuff is still fine. I mean, it should be. I don't really use it for much other than just the kobolds, but... So yeah, if the player interacts, they'll drop their current item. And they only do that if they have a held item. So let's see, this is on the slot if there's a current item. Yeah, otherwise it puts an item onto it. Then it says hold item. So, I mean, it seems fine. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's up with that. I'll have to do some more research into that. Anyways, we got the bandages working. I still want to do some more effects and stuff that happen when you consume it. A sound, you know, bandage sound, or whatever, you know, the classic bandage sound. Then let's just get the medkit working. Alrighty, so check if it's item medkit. Just get a list of valid effects again. Then we're going to check if it has minor injury or major injury. And then what we could do here is just say, yeah, if a valid effect size greater than 0. Or I invalid effects. Remove effect. I, and then destroy held item. So the medkit will just cure everything. Which I don't know if it will cure everything. I'm not sure yet. I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. But maybe we don't do that. I'm not sure. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, that is something I need to fix too. Like when you interact, it holds it like this. It does that. It's not a huge deal, but it does the same thing with the bandage. I need to make it only really do that if it's like the chalk or the eraser. Otherwise, it shouldn't really do that with the medkit or the bandage. Alright, let's get hurt. Actually, best way to get hurt is just to spawn in the doorman. Let's just do that. So I might actually have to resettle this because I think the timer is going to be locked at a billion. Yeah. Let's go back in. Wait for him to appear. Hello, good sir. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Alright, so taking this medkit should fix all of my problems. Let's see if it does. Wow. I'm cured. Pretty epic. And then I want to see how many bandages it takes to get rid of all my injuries. I might make it so bandages do like maybe 2 random injuries instead of just 1. Because that seems kind of like maybe a little too weak. Not good enough. Ugh. Let's just spawn a couple. Alright, let's use them. 1, 2. I mean, it helps, but you do have to use a ton of them, it seems like, for it to actually matter. And I'm still somewhat injured. So I think I'm going to make it so they do 2. So I'm just going to say, yeah, if it's greater than 0. And then if size is greater than 1, we do another one. Oh, but we actually have to make sure, though... So when we remove this effect... Let's do this. Let's do for eye in range 2. We save our effect ID. We say that.pick random. Then say valid effects.erase effect ID. And then remove effect ID. Just so that we don't get, like, it doesn't try and do the same effect that was just cleared before, so. So, hey, Cankles, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? So in range 2, so that should just do 2 things. It'll pick an effect, erase it, remove it. So, I mean, honestly, we could just use that same system for this stuff, too. But I guess that has to be a little different, since it does actually, you know, heal different things. I know, yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, things are going good. We've been just working away at Deadlift. Today we're adding in a bunch of new items. So, we didn't add this today, but chalk is one of the new things, which is fun. It lets you draw wherever you want. I don't know if you've seen that one. Then you can erase it and stuff. But yeah, I'm glad I added that in. I think it'll be really nice for navigating. Also, welcome back, Zach. Yeah, things are going good. I've got like 4 items in the game. So the things that we've added so far are the scrap shield, the improved flashlight, the med kit, the bandage, and I think that's all the new items so far. Yeah, these should all really help a lot, I think. These are things that you can craft inside of the Craft-O-Matic. So. So was that hard to code? The items or which part of it? Oh, the chalk, yeah. It wasn't really that bad. It's surprisingly simple. All it's doing is checking for when I'm holding left click, and if so, it is just spawning in a decal scene and just rotating it toward like the collision direction. So I can show you the code I have set up for that. So right here with chalk, it instantiates a chalk scene right here. It sets the texture of the chalk decal, adds it to the world, sets the global position to the collision point right here. And then I'm also calling get collision normal, and that's the way that I'm like pointing it on the surface that with this stuff right here. So what that's doing is like if I point to the wall, it'll be properly rotated, or the floor, wherever I mark things, or the ceiling, right? So yeah, it works pretty well, honestly. But yeah, I got these items in 2, so the shield blocks Ares if he charges towards you, and there's like a 1 in 4 chance it breaks when he does that. The flashlight just makes your flashlight better. You can see without it on... Hello, doorman. Ignore him. Without it equipped, this is what you have with the flashlight. And then with the better flashlight, it's definitely a step up. So, it's a nice little improvement to the flashlight power. It's pretty helpful because it lets you see like deeper. So you can see I can't see those chairs with the flashlight. Now I can. So, also the doorman is a new guy. He's the guy that comes out of the hatch. So, you got to deal with him. Also the scavengers, you can see there's a new region as well. The overgrowth, I guess that's what it's called. He's quite ugly. he's a pretty decayed guy. Get away from me. And then, yeah, we got the other things. Don't want no problems with them, yeah. As long as you keep the hatch closed, you'll be fine. I'm playing FNAF right now. Okay. Bye. Ouch. But yeah, now that I'm injured, you can see I can grab a bandage and boom, consume it, and now I'm not injured anymore. And the med kit is basically the same thing as the bandage, just like more powerful. Right now it cures every injury that you have, so it's kind of like if you get a med kit, it's like very special. Only use it in very dire circumstances, right? Don't waste it on little tiny injuries. And then the shield is specifically for Ares right now. I might possibly make the shield do more than just Ares. Like maybe any attack, honestly, the shield blocks, you know? But, oh, hello. Yeah, his spawn time is set to like 0 right now, so he just immediately appears, but it's not. Normally it doesn't do that. But I can show you the shield in action. If we go find... Also, yeah, we got a bunch of new scrap in the game for all the new crafting recipes. Plastic scrap. There's electronic scrap, which will spawn somewhere around here. That's a rock. But yeah, it's around. The funny laughy guys. I do want to get working on like the sound system soon, hopefully. Okay, so here's Ares. If I hold my shield up... Oh, well, since I'm not in... Hold on. Let's try this again. Okay, I think I broke something. Let's go look at the code. I think that's for... Yeah, Ares. And he should be saying check charge right here. So what am I doing wrong here? That stuff's all fine. If has hit player, return. For body in there, if body is not the player, return. Block is false. If I'm holding the shield, block is true. If block, cancel charge true, destroy, otherwise take damage. Has hit player is true. Yeah, I'm not sure what part of this now is not working all of a sudden. That's really epic and cool. Let's just add a print statement in here. So it's not even getting to there. Maybe it's the way I'm checking this. If it's not the player, I don't see why that would be a problem. It's being a little weird. Where'd you go? Oh. Okay, so it's clearly printing. It's like looping through the overlapping bodies. Is it just saying that the body is not the player? No, it's all good. I'm not sure what the deal is. This is detecting himself for some reason, but not the player. I don't really know why. It's a little odd. Why would it be doing that? It's like the player doesn't have a collision shape or something. So set the mask of 2. So it's not that that's true or anything. Yeah, this is pretty weird. Something's weird. Let's go into remote view and check on the player. It's almost like they lost their collision or something. Let's see. Ooh, there's a lot. Collision layer 2. So why would it not be finding the player? Is there any weird errors happening in here? Not really. Was it attempted to erase a variable of type null? Okay. Can't take value from empty array. Oh, I guess it's because that's probably what's going on here. I still need to check each time if it's still greater than 0. But I don't think that's the problem of this. Aries, what is your problem? It's pretty strange. So that's just set to mask of 2. Player has a collision layer of 2. So you'd think it would be finding the player. Distance is greater than that. Let me check the change I made in here. Like maybe I messed something up and I'm not realizing. What did I do wrong? So I got rid of this. I have not hit the player. Should be fine. I don't take damage. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. So we got ads going on, my apologies. Check charge. Just doesn't make any sense. Let's restart the game. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. It's quite peculiar, guys. Let's go descend. I should make it so in debug mode, the sleeping like that is instant. It would speed this up quite a bit. Why does it do that? Oh, maybe I'm skipping it before the sleeping thing is done. Whatever. Okay, let's go try this again. I swear it's supposed to work. Shows character body 3D. What is going on, bruh? Is his collision shape wrong or something? I don't get what the deal is here. Get away, doorman. I hate you. Yeah, this is really weird. I don't even know like what I did differently. I just moved that out. Is there a way I can show like before and then after? Let's do a split view. Okay, so this is what we had before. We have not hit the player. We loop through. If it's the player, take damage. And this is all if charging. And then distance check, cancel charge. If on wall, cancel charge. So I don't know, like, how this is any different. I have no idea. This is a really confusing issue. So block is false. So we'll say body take damage. Yeah, big placeholder logo, yeah. Yeah, we need to figure out the logo. Yeah, this is a really weird problem. I hate weird problems because they take a long time to fix. So we're calling check charge over frame. Gonna check the distance stuff. Like, these are working. So I don't know what the deal is with that. I know that it's looping through the overlapping bodies on this. Let's show visible collision shapes, I guess, and just make sure that the collision shape is in the same place. Maybe somehow I accidentally moved it out of the scene or something, like, or into the wrong position. I don't know how that would happen, but... I know it's wrong. I'm saying return here, which means it never loops through the rest of the bodies. It's always something stupid. At least we didn't waste too much time on it. Yeah, just return there. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, silly bug. Yeah, I should have just said continue, because then continue will just skip the current, like, iteration of the loop. Well, yeah, it's completely my fault, but... while we're at it, let's go do the sleep thing. Whenever I say sleep, because I'm tired of the, sleeping taking a long time. Because right here it takes 3 seconds. So we're going to say global.debug. Sleep time is 0. Boom. And then what I do inside of here, I think yeah, it takes like a second to, whoa, 6 seconds. So let's see in here. Wait, do I not even use length? I guess not. Let's actually use it now. Do I even need it? Yeah, I'd like to be able to control how fast the player falls asleep. So we'll just say this is length. So this is all parallel. So that'll take 1 second. Oh, length is how long the player is asleep for. I see. So, yeah, that's fine. Let's go back over to that. Where I said sleep time. Where did I say sleep time? Here it is. Okay, so let's just set that to 3 seconds of sleeping. But But then inside of here, we can modify it. So we'll have a couple variables, var close eyes time, and then var eyes open time, 6 seconds. So we'll say this is that divided by 2. Eyes open time is that. I mean, actually, never mind. Let's undo all this. Because why don't I just cancel? I'll say if global.debug, do this immediately and return. And I just bypass all the tweening. Yeah. Let's try that. Snatch should be able to go really fast with it. So I can go like boom, 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 instantly sleep. Ooh. Uh-oh. Something didn't happen right. It should have worked. I set that to true. I set it back to false. I say awoken.emit. Maybe I have to wait a frame in here. Just to be safe. Let's try it. Yeah, it should just let me instantly sleep. Okay, sleep, boom, boom. Yeah, there we go. So now I can just do that instantly right away, which is nice. Another thing I'd like to fix too is the light doesn't seem to like actually work. I don't know what's going on with that. I think that happens when we say exit maze. Transition lighting. I'm also tired of that taking a really long time. I'm gonna say if dark time is 0. I know they seem like little tiny random things that don't really mean much, but when it comes to testing stuff, it really adds up because I'm like going through that sequence, you know, 100 times every day. So if I save 1 second, then that's already 100 seconds of saved time. Okay, so that's fixed. Then, yeah, let's figure out where the lighting... I don't know why it doesn't, seem to do that part. Oh, that's what's happening. Okay, so it's not actually a bug. All it is just that the lighting is instantly restored, so... it, that's what's going on. So it technically does turn red, but since it just immediately goes back to normal, then yeah. Okay. Yeah, so now this should be pretty instant. Nice. Yeah, this makes it a lot easier for me to just skip through and get to a specific level. Like now I'm immediately on the level of Ares. Let's make sure he does actually do his thing again. Pretty sure it should work. Yeah, that worked. Let's do it again. Okay. One second. Okay. Goodbye, Aries. All right, let's get rid of the collision shapes again. Okay. So yeah, we got a whole bunch of items done. I have been writing these down as I do them. Added the scrap shield. Improved flashlight. Bandages. Medkits. Yeah, actual changelog, I know. It's a sleeping and debug mode is instant. Yeah, 0.15 was an anomaly. I don't know why I didn't end up doing it with that one, but I swear I'm better. I'm better now. Alrighty. Also, we added a bunch of other items too. Added plastic scrap, electronic scrap. Yeah, we added the doorman. I think that's most of the main stuff. Also fixed a bug with navigation where 2 tables would block entities. I'm moving. Alrighty. We can comment that out. It's coming along. I guess we can keep just do a couple more items before we end stream. So we've got bandage. Then way down here. That's done. I'm gonna do a big rework of all the traders and their loot tables because now we've got so many more items. It just makes sense. I'll probably throw in med kits as one of the possible things they can trade, but keep the weight chance of that really low. So it's like a rare trade every once in a while. Got metal tax, flashbang, noisemaker. The noisemaker would be cool, but like it won't do anything yet until we actually implement the like entity senses. That's another thing I'm going to be working on. Essentially, I want like a value attached to each entity that's kind of their sensitivity to sound and visuals, right? So like if we think of something like Ares, he'll probably have a little bit of sound and visual like sensory reactivity or whatever. And then there's going to be certain guys that are very sensitive to sound but don't care at all about light. So it'll be a fun way to kind of switch it up a little bit with certain guys. Because then there's ways that you can deal with them if you know, I don't know, experiment, mess around and find out. And then you're like, oh, this guy actually doesn't hear anything, so I can kind of sneak past. It'll be good. And then also these items get a lot more interesting because certain things are great against specific entities. Like a noisemaker has no effect on a blind entity. Or I mean a deaf entity, right? And like same with the flashbang, it has no effect on a blind entity. So there's pros and cons to these things. Or like specific use cases. We could do the inhaler, yeah. It would be nice. I could see it being pretty useful if you're completely out of stamina and Ares is charging toward you. I don't know exactly what you'll need to craft it right now, but I'm sure we could figure that out. Maybe we have some kind of generic medical scrap item or something. I'm not sure yet. That should be a pretty easy one to do. What does an inhaler look like? Okay. Near the base and the air. Yeah. What even? I think it's like a... Is it an antihistamine or something that like prevents inflammation in your esophagus or what? What even is it? I guess it could be any kind of medication. It's just basically aerosolizing, yeah, a wide variety of inhalers. Okay. Bronchodilators. Yeah, just reducing, dilating your... Okay. Interesting. So technically, it doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't just give you a free stamina energy boost, but you know what? It's a game. It's okay. So let me go find one here. I do like this old looking one. Okay, so we'll just do... I don't want it to be too big. Meter dose inhaler. Metal canister, plastic, and a metering valve, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it'll include plastic. I think the thing is just like, what is the other component, the medicine component? I'm not sure what that'll be made out of yet. But we'll figure that out. I could see like possibly merging. There's another thing too that I want to include with the crafting system is like merging items together into different items. Right? So maybe like you could merge like a band-aid or something in with plastic and then that would create an inhaler. I don't know if that's actually what we would do, but I think those kinds of possibilities are nice. So I guess this has like this and then... Oops. This back section. Then this is like the front bit. It's gonna have the actual inhaler part sticking out. Okay. Pretty specific shape. I guess on these they look like they have like they're like curved. I guess that's what an inhaler looks like. Still needs more work on the perspective, but getting there. Then the other thing too is that this needs to be tilted up. That should help. It's better. Perspective drawing like this is always hard, but I think it makes these items look a lot more interesting. It's the same thing that I've done in Starground with all the assets. Like, rotating them at weird, wacky angles. Because it's just so much more dynamic that way. Otherwise, I think it's kind of boring when they're all just perfectly straight and lined up, you know? Okay, something like this, and then I guess the top has like... I guess this would be curved down or something. Because this is more... It's not just flat on top, that's like where you put the canister in. I guess you wouldn't see the other part of it. You might be able to see like a little bit of the back of this one over here. I guess we just leave that empty, then put the cylinder in here. So we're seeing this from sort of a top-down angle. Yeah, something like this. Shade the cylinder. Angle these. Okay. Then I don't want this to look like this. I do like this green vibe. So we could do that, and this would be bright here. And I guess here too. Then we do... Here, let's do this now. Yeah, like that. And the darker part of this would be like that. All right. It's coming along. Let's do a little bit of that. I think we need a transitional color here. This needs to be more tinted blue. Even a little darker. Actually, a little brighter. A little more blue. Okay. It's kind of nice being able to do so much anti-aliasing on these sprites because they're like not really aiming to look just like pixel art. If that makes sense. Like, I mean, technically they're kind of pixel art, but it seems like it's more like I have a little more freedom. Give this a little bit of shadow, I think. Possibly like that. Bring that down. And we could put some kind of icon on here just so it's obvious what it does. Like maybe, I think we use a little lightning icon for stamina already. So we could actually just go copy that and put it on there. because I think it's a good, like, hey, this is what this thing is for. This one. So you can just make assets that fast. It's a lot of practice. I mean, basically this is pixel art, so it's pretty easy for me, but... So let's put this on like that. We'll tweak it a little bit. Let's see, we'll go like that. Just like so. And we'll just make this this color maybe. I think that works. Let's move that there and then put it down so when it's the ground it looks normal. I'll call this I guess I'll just call it inhaler, yeah. PNG. I just have reference on one screen, replicate it in your game another 10 minutes, yeah. This is the reference I have up here. I like how this one looks kind of like more old school. I don't know what year this is, but some of them look very like simple. Like these ones are pretty plain looking. This one I like, I don't know. Yeah, doing the assets for this game honestly has been really good experience because like normally it's like, I don't know. I usually draw things in like a very similar way for Starground, but this one's been fun because it had the assets have more like perspective since it's in 3D, so I've enjoyed it so far. Those ones are usually for asthma? Okay. It's the sprint benefit? Yeah. So let's go up here. Just drop it in right here. Inhaler. Inhaler. Now, all we have to do, go into the player, go down to where I'm checking all the interactions. Again, I do want to change this to be a script-based thing, so eventually we'll do that. So this should be really easy. We just destroy the held item and then say stamina is equal to max stamina. And that's it. And I might possibly give this like a durability thing like I do with the shield, where you don't really know how many times you get to use it. I kind of like that, honestly, rather than just like a traditional durability system. Traditional durability is fine, but it kind of like... I like that a new item is just as like good as a one that you've used 10 times, if that makes sense. Because when it breaks, it's not a predetermined thing. I also think it'll just be fun, like if you're in the maze and your thing breaks, it's always that little chance-based thing I think is nice. It makes altercations and things that happen in the maze a little more unpredictable. So. And I won't have it just like complete random. I might keep track of like, you know, make sure you get at least 2 or 3 uses before it breaks. Because it would kind of suck if you just used it once and then it's gone. But I'll have to see. But for now, this will just be an instant use, but I'll probably give it like some durability or whatever. Yeah, let's go try this out. It should work. I think. I think it'll work. It'll be fine. Okay. Give inhaler. Ooh. I don't know where it went. There it is. So we got it in our hand. So let's just test it. We're sprinting really fast, losing our stamina. And we run out of stamina. No, I forgot to... no, it does have action. So what did I mess up? Oh. I did the wrong check. Okay, we're fine. Let's try this again. So we're running. We're out of stamina. Pop the inhaler. Boom. Now we're good again. So yeah, that works. Should be a nice item to have around. Yeah, it's a nice little simple concept. I really like this whole concept of like simplicity building up complexity. Like each of these items alone are so incredibly simple. Like just the chalk, it's like you draw things, and the eraser, you erase the chalk. And like the inhaler is just recharge your stamina. But I think what's fun about using and interacting with these items is just the context around them. Like, you know, it's that decision-making process of, do I use my inhaler now, or should I save it for later when I'm in a more dire situation? And just, it goes the same for any crafting in general, because it's always a matter of, do I want to spend my items on this equipment that makes it easier to navigate and move around? Or do I want to spend it on, you know, this other thing that maybe helps more with food and stuff like that? So that's the part of roguelites to me that I always enjoy the most, or any kind of like run-based game. It doesn't necessarily have to be a roguelite, but like, for example, like that one game, I haven't played it a ton, FTL. I really like the decision-making that you have to make in this game. It's really hard. I always lose horribly. But it's fun though, having to like decide what do I spend my resources on, especially since like with this game and like with Deadlift, resources continually get more and more scarce, so decisions become even harder. But yeah, it's fun. I think hopefully having all of these different decisions that you can make will make the game interesting. And then the whole aspect of also finding recipes and slowly building up like a repository of things you can make, I think is nice too. Because in a way, it's almost like a lot of games do that whole thing where it like kind of locks out content until later. And I was initially going to do that for Deadlift, where like certain items just wouldn't spawn unless you like run through once or whatever. But honestly, I feel like the recipe system in a way is that like unlock system. Because you don't really know what you're able to craft until you find those notes, and then next time around you save them on your board, and now you remember like, oh yeah, I can build this thing actually way earlier now. So I think that'll be a fun part of this too. Hopefully. Unfortunately, every thing I think of is always just a theory until I can actually prove it, right? So I don't know if it'll actually be fun. Really, the only way to tell is just add all the stuff in the game and then see. But at least, I mean, I guess I have to theorize before I can actually test it. A game theory, perhaps. Yeah. It's just a theory, guys. A game theory. Yeah, I want to spruce up like this zone specifically. I've been thinking more about the way I want to handle like the different regions and stuff, and I do think it would be nice if like Ares only really hung around. I don't know if specifically Ares, it might keep Ares as like a general guy that can travel anywhere, but I would like some entities, for example, to only hang around the butchery zone, which is this place. Because I think it would just be a nice... Again, it's tying into the... Once again, the player decision-making process. Because I'm out in the maze, maybe food is getting really scarce, you know? You can kind of make a choice if you want to take a risk. Like, you can see that zone over there, you know that it's dangerous, now you get to make a decision. Do you want to go in there in hopes of finding some items? You know? Because it could be the end of the run, but it also might be exactly what you need to keep going. So... And also, I think it kind of rewards, like, skill improvement. Because, like, starting out, it might be a really bad idea to go in here. But as time goes on, you learn how to craft more things and just get better at understanding the different behaviors of every entity. Maybe going in here isn't so bad anymore. So it kind of, like, I think it's a good skill kind of thing. Skill expression or whatever. Yeah, I need to make the freezer better. I want to do more specific item spawning stuff. Like freezer versus, you know, butchery zone versus regular employee room zone. Because I think the idea is that the freezer will typically have more items that spawn, and I think they're going to be rarer biomes. It's kind of like the, in Minecraft, the warped forest or whatever. Like, there's not really that many dangerous guys that spawn there, so it's kind of a safer area to be in. And then the butchery zone is sort of the opposite of that, right? Where it's much more dangerous to be in. So... yeah, it'll be fun to spend a lot of time balancing things like this. And then eventually we start throwing in completely new areas too, which we want to start doing pretty soon, actually. Because right now we just have this sort of industrial zone, right? And it's all good and dandy and stuff, and there's still more like tile types we can add in here, but there's a lot more possibilities we could explore. One of the things that we have written down that I think would be fun, we've got a whole list of different like areas that we've talked about doing over here. Right, so this is just one level of all of these other ideas that we have. I mean, the meat processing facility, these two share a lot of different, like, the meat zone also has this in the freezer, but we're talking about doing like grandma's house, which I think will be a fun, you know, change. Because this one would just be like a regular house. There'd be like a kitchen area, you know, the living room. I think it opens us up for doing a lot more types of entities and items and everything. Definitely kind of ties into the backrooms vibe a little bit more with this, right? Because it's like, why is grandma's house in in this facility? I don't think that's a bad thing, though. I think it does really expand the possibilities, right? And for a roguelite like this, I think that's important. The more variety there is, the more interesting each run becomes. So, ideally, I hope one day we have like 10 different levels that can spawn, right? Because then every single run you go into, it's just completely different each time. You might get hit with like the submarine area really early or something, or like some really difficult area. And I think a little bit of that is fun. Obviously, I think some of these will be, you know, I already have like a map difficulty system kind of implemented. So like when you first enter, the earlier levels will be safer and smaller. So you're not just going to be immediately hit with like a super dangerous place, but I want to sprinkle in a very tiny chance for that to happen. I want there to be a lot of different possibilities, so. But yeah, these are just a couple we have. If anybody does have ideas, you know, totally let us know. I'm sure we'll be spending more time on this as we get more like core systems implemented. I mean, we've got the crafting and stuff done now, which is a huge part of the game, so that'll be nice. Yeah, I think the submarine could be pretty neat. It would probably be, because we could do all sorts of stuff with that. Like we could do like steam and water and more like environmental stuff. And also another thing that I think could be really fun is we want to do some like, maybe some places have like level wide events that can happen. So for example, with the submarine, I think it'd be really neat if, like, imagine you're running through the place, there's some alarm that starts sounding, and then all of the entities just pause because they live there and know that if they move during the sonar event, it's bad news. I think it would be kind of neat. And probably the first time a player runs through that, they're not going to realize that they shouldn't move and then die. But that's fine. I think that's actually kind of a good thing. Like, the whole idea of a roguelite is you're not going to completely finish everything on your first run. It's a learning process. Like, you run through, you die, and then realize, okay, that's why I died. Let's not do that again. And then it gives you something to aim for the next run, too. Because, like, if I go through a run and I die from something, now I'm like, okay, I know how to not die from that again, and then you get a little bit further each time. So that's a big part of roguelites, I feel like, also. But yeah. I'm definitely thinking of stuff in the background in terms of what, like, zones or levels we can do. But I'm not sure yet. I think there's still a lot more to do with this area for sure, but soon we'll start working on Grandma's house. Yeah, there's probably a lot of different ideas we could do with this. I've also been considering, I know I've talked about it, but doing possibly like multi-level areas, right? Because right now the way that the maze is laid out is everything is just kind of a flat, you know, maze. But I could see doing like verticality with stuff, like a staircase that goes up or down. It might be pretty neat. And then also doing larger rooms, because right now everything is just corridors. It would be pretty cool if, like, it opened up into this big, massive space. It would require a ton more tiles that I have to create and model, but it would be pretty cool. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of ideas. And I think one of the next huge things I really want to focus on is like the player's goals. That's I think one sort of issue with the game right now is that you don't really have like this strong reason for why you're in here. And specifically, like, what you need to do in here. I mean, obviously, we set it up initially with that dialogue of, oh, well, you got to go find the breakers to continue on. So, I mean, that's good and all. But there needs to be something more long-term. I always like how certain games set that up. Like, for example, like Iron Lung, I think. You're prefaced immediately with the fact that you're searching for something. And I almost feel like that's something that this game needs. Like, the player needs to have some kind of loose idea for what their end goal is. Even if it's just something as simple as, like, reaching a specific level or, you know, depth in the maze or something. It doesn't have to be this grand, complicated thing, but I would like to work on that. It'll also help, I think, with like our elevator pitch too, right? Because sometimes it's hard to explain everything when that end goal isn't really defined. So next stream deadlift rooms, I heard. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, next stream we'll probably do maybe rooms, but it's a process. I need to figure out a way that I can stop having to create duplicate meshes for every single corridor. Because right now that's sort of what I'm doing. Like if we go into the corridor scene, you can see I have a billion duplicates of all of these types. And I don't think it's sustainable long term if I want to do more complicated shapes. What I'd like to do ideally is just create all the different variations and then just swap out the material for what kind of corridor it is, right? But the only problem is the way that grid maps work. You kind of have to like define all of these as separate objects and separate materials. So I'm not sure what to do about that. Maybe there's some kind of way that I can grab, like instead of just having these pre-built in, I could like grab the mesh and then manually set the materials on that specific mesh. So then I could just keep all of these super simple and just change the material type depending on the region it's in. So maybe I'll look into that. I'll write that down in here just so we remember. Grab mesh from grid map. So, ceiling and wall. Because it would be very nice. It would mean that I can go crazy with the kinds of models that are generated here, because then it just works for all of the different regions. I could do like one that has a little indent, or one that's like taller, or I could do... The possibilities are endless, right? And then we also have, like I was saying, we could do larger rooms too. And I would really like to do that because I think it would be kind of awesome. So, yeah. Maybe we'll start looking into that. Because it would really make it a lot more fun to explore, I think. When not everything is just the exact same over and over, right? But yeah, anyways, we've been going 4 hours, so I'm gonna end stream. But thank you, gamers, for coming in. Do appreciate it. We're gonna go raid out now. Let's see. Who would we like to raid? Let's see. Spell Dobbs is doing stuff. Let's raid Captain Krabs. Why not? All right. Thank you, gamers, for coming in. Oh, Captain Sparkles is streaming. That's crazy. Let me start that going now. Alrighty. Anyways, the usual spiel. Feel free to join the Discord. Grab Starground on Steam. And we'll be live again on Friday. Around 3 to 4 MST. I do apologize for being so inconsistent, but it's really hard to always be on time. So many things that come up. Thank you for the links. Yeah, we'll probably work more on Deadlift and load in on Friday. But yeah, thank you, gamers. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Front always